Don't worry, I've written it all down for you. Remember, among these 4 people, only the real thief would lie. The cook said the helper did it. The tailor said it wasn't her. The merchant said it was the cook, and the helper said it wasn't him. So, do you know who the culprit is?
Nope.
I think the cook and merchant are the most suspicious. So don't worry. Even if you choose the wrong...
Right. We have other methods. The cook...
Come on. Let's...
Beats me.
That guy has to be guilty.
Hi, BCB.
Oh, yeah. I saw Mr. Sample.
Hi, K-pop love.
Follow Hook? Mr. Sample's always at the clinic hanging around Miss Natasha. Hook thought he was really sick or something. If he's working with the thief, then he's also a bad guy.
My friend, are you serious? This device is quite rare. Are you really willing to sell it to me at such a low price?
Why is it not autoplaying? Go ahead.
No, why are you making this so complicated? Do you want it or not? Just tell me.
You two stop right there. Pitch Dark Hook the Great has arrived.
Just doing a little business. What's all the fuss? Oh boy, I knew it was too good to be true. I gotta make this clear. I have nothing to do with this fella. You have to trust me. Miss Hook, please, don't point that thing at me. It's scary.
Hey, how can you sell me out like that? We had a deal.
Well,
You stole Daddy's treasure. Diggertron will not spare you.
This is all that old Bursman's fault.
Me
Just
too,
because
honestly.
He has this device I'm holding, he can make a fortune. It's not fair.
like,
Well,
I just wanted to have her
since you
moment.
guys have some issues to sort out, so maybe I should leave.
trying to figure out what to eat. We're kind of really hungry. Like, I woke up and my stomach was like, I was like, what the?
Anyway,
Diggertron, get ready.
Ready to lose yourself? Fight it or rock with it. My music conquers all. Turn up the volume.
You're in bad shape.
I hate when they do title
You should talk
swaps.
tough for someone who can't fight.
Like, a
Come
lot.
on, hand the detector over to Hook. Huh? No, Daddy's treasure! It's broken!
Also, take notice, they never do that with the... They barely do that sometimes with the men's
Hey,
titles.
Now this is Sampo's
It's
time
like,
to shine.
why are you guys making the
Of
women so
course.
gimmicky and, like,
Listen,
silly? Like,
I
stop.
think here's a trick. This business.
Halloween, let's go in it.
Have a safe.
This is, like, the second or third time they've done the women's swap. I'm like, please, stop. Make it stop, I've had enough.
First you go a-searching, then you go a-run.
Probably not.
Searching, running, jump, jump, jump.
I would like her to, because I love EO. I want EO to win. But I don't think she will.
Go a search and then you go a running.
Hook,
Search
please.
and running. Jump, jump, jump.
I love you, but that voice line is so fucking annoying. It makes me want to rip my ears off.
There's inspiration in every glance and every breeze.
Let's not do that. I know, and it didn't go well last time they did the title swap, so it's like, you guys know it's not going to be good, so why are you doing it? Oh my god! I love it. I don't know who that is. If you're someone in stream, you can tell me. Ooh. We almost have enough for a 10 pull. Ooh. Ooh.
People.
I kind of want to try her out. Like, I want to try her on the team. Oh man. A random gay person. What the heck? I don't have anything I can put on March 7th. That's a 4-star weapon. That makes me sad. I think that's enough for a 10 pull. Streamer luck. Streamer luck. Streamer luck, streamer luck, streamer luck, streamer luck. Fuck. I don't know about today. If there's new ones, then I haven't for today. Hi, Goose. Oh my god, yay! Oh my god, how exciting. Oh my god. That's so exciting. I got the chicken girl. Yes! Oh my god, my team is about to get shaken up, girl. Shake it up, shake it up. That is so fun. Work, diva. Can I put a 4-star light cone on her? I can. This says Dong Hung on it. I can swap. I'm not using him. What are these materials? What is that? Whatever. All right, let's try the new team. Can I do another? I could do 2 new team combos. Okay, let's make a new team. Clara needs to be on the team down. Let's do her. Let's do her. And let's do... Try this out. Oops, I didn't deploy the team. Let me level up March. Well, this is exciting. Do I even have weapons on some of these characters? Hold on. I don't even think I have these other characters. Oh, no, they do. March just doesn't have a weapon that's... Alright, let's go try this. Let's see.
Life is as... something is... Do you want to leave?
I hear a bug. Okay. Where is the... Let's see what we can do here. Okay.
Stay right there while I give you a present.
I do actually.
Let me through, or I'll go through you. Yeah. You have the worst luck running into me.
Does really good damage right now.
That's a set. Fights are like gambling. You have to choose when to...
Oh wow, 500 damage.
Be careful, Mr. Svarog. I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Svarog.
Gotta try hard sometimes. Check out this awesome move. No more playing nice. You're not going anywhere. Take this, shape of Taishu. Rise, Venus. Want to see what I can do? Huh? My turn. Watch this. Better late than never. Wait for the tiles before you start counting. Time for the payout.
Wait, she's kind of crazy.
Or I'll go through you.
Hi, Sauce. Good
You
morning.
have the worst luck running into me. Fights are like gambling. You have to choose when to... Wow. Stay calm. That's a set.
Oh, that's so fun. Wait, I live. It's a gacha playing a gacha. That's so camp.
Draw. Please, 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 please. Looks like victory!
I mean, if you have characters that don't rely on doing AoE moves or like using multiple abilities, that she could be a really good unit, especially if you just like, you could probably get a lot of DPS out of her if she could do it right. Also, see, look, there are different body types because she's like, I thought they looked very similar, but she's taller and like older, I think. She looks like she's like 21, 24, and she looks like 13, 14. And then March 7th looks like, I want to say like 18. That's a variety. Was my nap good? Yeah, I enjoyed my nap. I don't know why I was just like so out of it, like so groggy. I even had like a G Fuel and I was still groggy. I was like, damn, it like was not hitting like I needed it to earlier, but getting an extra hour of sleep in felt good. Hopefully my face isn't fucked up too much, but you know. We got it, so we won. I also think because the aura of this game, like the music is like always like low-key. It's like very relaxed. And also I need to like figure out the situation with my lights and like a new camera, because like I'm really straining my eyes for some of these streams lately. Like going into the summer, like the lights are like way too much for me. So I'm like, maybe I need to look into options like a new camera that isn't going to rely on needing all this lighting, and then also like, I don't know, because like straining, like squinting my eyes makes me tired, and the lights make me very tired as well. So I think long term it'll be so much better. What do you get from the battle pass? Let's look at this battle pass to see if it's worth it. How many levels are there? There's 50. Extra rewards. What is that? You get player profile pictures? That's kind of ridiculous, but whatever. Oops.
Hi, Mo.
Look at the...
Oh, ho, ho.
Yes!
This device. I think this is... The detector. I'm willing...
All right, then.
I'm like sad about like if I hit max level and like what I'm gonna do. It's gonna make me sad. I don't want to finish the story already. Like, is this how I was in Genshin? I don't think I was. I don't think I was this ahead of the curve in Genshin. Like finishing the story and waiting for it to come out.
What's wrong with it? Why?
Big Bright.
So it was.
I'm fine. I'm sorry, Daddy.
What are you apologizing for?
But...
This is Mona's voice actor. Apparently, allegedly.
Even you know what it is?
The detector helped me find lots of geomarrow veins, and it saved the mining team a lot of... But at the end of...
So...
is still...
You...
I love her weapon. I love that noise. Natasha literally DJ up right now. She said, "What the fuck are you doing?"
Feeling lucky. Feeling lucky.
I find it really strange you can't play as your characters in the main harbor car.
Now this time, materialist. Sadly, lady asked about her.
Why are you crying? Shut up. What lights? I'm not seeing a different light story going on. I want to start getting all the chests in an area.
Just thinking about work gives me a full body migraine.
Real girl, you're the realest bitch I've ever met. I wonder if we can check our pity. I'm low-key probably deep in. That's not far. I mean, that's pretty far. Damn it. Let's do the main quest.
Just thinking about work gives me a full body migraine.
Clara's a good unit though, Function. Like seriously, I was the same because I really want Bailu, but like, and I was like, ugh, not Clara, because I made a tier list and Clara's actually at the bottom of my tier list, but like, she's such a good tank. It's crazy. Like, she's fully carrying my team and making the game easy mode. Because on her off turn, her passive of doing damage is crazy.
I've heard from WoW. It must have been exhausting. Please.
Wait, Clara and her are the same height. No, her passive is literally cracked. I'm like, ooh, ooh. Oh, hey, girls.
Over there. See that? That used to be the worst street in Rivet Town. And it's also where I grew up.
Lesbians, I assume.
My friends and I used to wander those streets, thinking about where to find our next meal. That is, until Chief Oleg got me out and took me to the orphanage. There, I learned to read and write from Natasha.
I need some yummy food in my tummy.
That sounds nice.
Like on a team together?
Nice.
Or like
You being
shipping them?
sarcastic
Because
with
like
me?
in the other game they were fully together, like fully.
Oh, no, sorry. Life in the underworld is difficult. I shouldn't be speaking about it so lightly.
You're always so serious. It really gets on people's nerves sometimes, you know?
Right. What I meant was... I kind of envy you, Zila. For as long as I can remember, my days have been an endless cycle of studying, etiquette lessons, and training. Every day, all I hear is, remember who you are, Bronya. This is against the Architect's admonishments, Bronya. Ladies shouldn't use such foul language, Bronya.
Yeah, I mean in the other one it's the roles are kind of reversed. Like Scylla is like the uppity, like classy girl, and Branya's like the rebellious girl. So they swapped it for this, but also like they were fully a thing in the other game.
No, I can't. But more importantly, what kind of foul language were you using?
In the name of the Architects, I shall stick this spear into your nostril.
Oh.
That's it? Oh, that's nothing. Looks like I'll have to teach you some underworld slang before you go back.
No, that won't be necessary.
It'll be better than poking people's nostrils, at least. I never thought that I'd be here having a heart-to-heart with the future Guardian. As a kid, I didn't meet many people who lived in the overworld. I only heard stories from the grown-ups and figured you were all just a bunch of cold snobs.
I've heard from some Silvermane veterans that before the orders were made to seal off the underworld from the overworld, there was no difference between the two places. Everybody ate the same food, chatted about the same topics, celebrated the same festivals. Even though times are different now, things like the joys and sorrows of life, the ties between people, these precious things must certainly still connect us all. If there is a way to bridge the gap between the two worlds, we can definitely go back to the time when you and I were not divided. When we could stand side by side against the Eternal Freeze and the Fragmentum.
I'm not like you. I don't have that many grand plans for the future. But if that's the future you want, I'm willing to build this bridge with you.
Thank you, Zila. Your trust is very important to me.
Speaking of which, what are you going to do next? What Svarog revealed must have made quite an impact, huh?
Yes. I thought I was prepared for anything, but... as long as I am the Guardian's successor, those truths will come out sooner or later. But why does my mother hide it from me? And why does she want me to hunt down the outsiders who know about the nature of the Stellaron? It doesn't make sense. I thought it over. There's only one thing I can do. Go ask her directly.
Work.
You... hold on. You're not really going, are you? Alone? You can't. This plan is...
I've already thought it through, Zila. I am Madame Cocolia's daughter. That will never change. Be it my duties as her heir or as a Silvermane guard, I must face my problems head-on. Even if...
Bronya.
This is for you, Zila. Please help me pass it on to the outsiders. If I am unable to see you again, they'll know what to do.
Okay, I understand. You've made up your mind, and there's nothing I can say that will change it. But remember this. If you run into trouble, I will come to save you, no matter what.
Then I'll be waiting for you. So, Did you come to this spot when you were a child?
Of course. I just didn't appreciate how nice it was at the time. Very nice.
I'm rolling with the LGBT.
That was a good sleep. I should go meet up with March and Dan Hung.
Oh my god, his name is literally Dan Hung. Oh, he's Hung! Damn right he is. That's my man.
Took you long enough, sleepyhead. We've been waiting all day. I've noticed that our sleep routines don't match up. You either keep getting up in the middle of the night or snoozing away until the day's almost out.
Did you have a dream again last night?
So that's why you...
Well then, let's go find Wildfire to...
Let's go! I can't...
Let's go, team.
28.
Oh, look who's here.
It's the Bane of Svarog, the big hero of the underworld. And the other big heroes, Dan Hung and March 7th.
Were those lines rehearsed?
Where's Natasha? Is she here?
She has a bunch of other things to attend to, so I hope you don't mind talking to this old man instead. I speak on behalf of Natasha. By the way, sorry for keeping that whole thing about her being the actual leader of Wildfire a secret. I'm glad you don't mind. Natasha is always cautious. She told me to make sure you return to the overworld safely.
I brought you down. I can take you back up. Free of charge. Satisfaction guaranteed.
There's no need to knock us out this time, right?
Of course not. This time, we'll go back through the furnace core.
I got a Charmander Band-Aid. Hi, Key. Thank you. Putting a Band-Aid on. I keep like picking up my thingy. There's like a cut. Oh, I'm gonna put a Pokemon Band-Aid on it. It's also red. It matches my outfit. Thank you for 8 months. I appreciate you.
Well, for my sparkling companionship, of course. I jest. The path has been blocked for over 10 years, and very few know how to get through. That's where I come in.
Ugh, enough chatter. Just be a good guide.
Hold on. What about Bronya? Why isn't she here?
She already went back. As you know, she has some things to settle with the Supreme Guardian.
What? She just ditched us and went back? How could you let her?
It's not like that.
Oh, wow.
She has many responsibilities to bear.
BKB, thank you for 19 months, 16 month streak. Thank you, Angel.
I trust that she's trying to solve the problem.
How are you doing? I'm literally chilling. I took a nap in face. I don't know why. I streamed pretty early, but I was like really exhausted. I could not even keep my eyes open, so I took a nap.
Could this be one of those open in case of emergency letters? I've never gotten one of those before. Should we wait until we run into something dangerous?
Stop overthinking and just open it.
Oh, he gagged her. By the time you're reading this letter, I should have returned to the overworld and will be on my way to see my mother. I apologize for not telling you, and this is my plan. I was afraid that you would strongly object and would sway my resolve. Madame Cocolia, whatever, Kokomi, Madame Kokomi, raised me up, I will never be able to repay her for her kindness. She taught me the countless life lessons and virtues, as well as how to defend Belobog and its people. Even though she lately made certain decisions that puzzled me, I can't let go of the precious memories I have with her. I must communicate my point of view and thoughts with her to her honestly and seek out to arrive a mutual understanding with her. This is my goal as a daughter, but also my duty as a Silvermane guard. Hi, Sapphire. I am aware of the risks I might take on this journey, so if I fail to win my mother's approval or something that happens to me, please forward this letter to the Landaru siblings and ask for their help. Serval, Jeepard, and the honorable people of the enormous power of Belobog, and I have to complete faith in them. I'm sure they will undeservedly help you on your search for the Stellaron.
Brother and sister Landau. I know the brother must refer to Jeepard, but who could the sister be? Oh, Serval! So she's Jeepard's older sister. Blonde, tall, good-looking. Those Landau genes sure are something else.
Okay, March 7th, bye, Queen.
Do you know the Landau siblings?
Landau. Yeah, we're old friends. I've mostly dealt with the younger brother in the past, but
Oh my god,
sister,
can we stop?
She's much scarier. Today's supposed to be a day of celebration, so let's not talk about it right now. We can set out at any time. Just come find me when you're ready.
Oh, she's toast. God damn it. Well, that'll do it. That'll do it. Walks away disappointed. That'll definitely do it, Donkey. That'll do. Yeah, I don't know if I'll be able to get up there. We'll see. Oh, cute. I just built her because I like wanted to try new characters. Well, we just got her. I did a 10 pull and I got her on the 10 pull on the standard banner. So I built her and then I put how do you say this girl's name? I got her and I actually really like her. I think she could be a really good unit if you just like. And then I built March 7th because I actually kind of like March 7th a lot. She literally gives me Star Guardian teas. Very Seraphine. If Seraphine was like Ash's granddaughter. And then we have to have Clara. Oh yeah, taking no damage.
My friend, looking for a ticket?
I don't know what I want to do first. I know, they're amazing units. I can't do this yet. Oh wait, yeah, I can. I can do the second world now. I had to finish the main story quest. Now we can do the second world. Let's try doing it with this team. I don't know if I'll be able to with this team, but we can at least try it. I'll do it with the safe team. Stop. Clara and Natasha. Let's try this team.
Take cover.
Time for the main event. Keep up with my tempo!
Nap time.
Hello, Lib. Welcome back, bestie.
Eliminating threat.
Oh. Oh. Well. I don't even care about any of this. Like, you can, I will read your ass on Tuesday. I love it though. Love a challenge. No, literally. I mean, she does. She's a girl boss. Love Natasha.
Ready to lose yourself? Fight it or rock with it. My music conquers all. Turn up the volume.
Watch this!
Watch me.
You're in bad shape.
I need to be brave.
Commencing annihilation. Stay back, Clara.
He literally got gagged. No, literally. I can't wait to see what they do for us. I'm like really excited for this game. Like I'm like head over heels for this game. I'm like kicking my feet up, like in love with this game. Like like I'm so excited to see what they do with characters because all the character designs are so unique and they don't have to like fit into the like the archetypes that Genshin does. Like I love Genshin, but like Genshin follows a structure. This one isn't really going to follow a structure, which is like amazing. Like look at like the difference in weapons. Like they literally DJAF. Like they can do whatever the fuck they want. Like the weapons don't have to fall under like how Genshin has a bow or a claymore and shit like that. Cause like in this, it's like everybody has a light cone and their weapons are very unique to them. And then also their abilities are very unique. Like some of the stuff we don't have in Genshin. I love the dynamic. I love both games, don't get me wrong, but like I am just like so head over heels for this game because the imagination they're gonna have with making characters in the future. I'm so excited. No, like I'm obsessed.
Pretty good crowd today. Keep up with my tempo.
My turn.
I'm probably gonna put money on. Probably today, honestly.
Gotta try hard sometimes. Check out this awesome move. Savor the vigor of life. That hurts.
I'm not afraid of you.
Hide.
What's the difference? Did not mean to do that.
Ready to lose yourself? Fight it or rock with it. My music conquers all.
What?
Here to crash the party?
Turn up the volume.
Stay right there while I give you a present. Nap time.
Commencing annihilation. Stay back, Clara.
You can't run.
I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Svarog.
Oh my god, March is so weak. We need to fix that. Okay, wait, Clara and March together are kind of insane.
It's my tempo. For your sins. That's it.
Oh my god, why is this literally insane? Okay, can we retreat?
Just in time. Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
Thanks. I'll never forget you.
You have the worst luck running into me. Watch this.
Oh!
My turn.
What the fuck?
With me out here, how can we lose? Naughty children, don't listen. You're in bad shape.
Judgment is here.
All right, we leave. That's literally insanely hard. Why? The fuck is this? March 7th's weapon is not built, but that's because I don't want to build a 3-star weapon. I'd rather build a 4-star weapon. I don't want to waste my shit on a 3-star weapon. I don't understand why she doesn't wear, like, why can't I give her, like, none of these work for her? Like, why? Like, what path is she on? And none of these work? Like, that's hard for me to believe. Yeah, but like I don't want, I'm talking about like 4-star weapons. I don't want a 3-star weapon for her. Oh, you can do recommended. Well, I love that. What's the bonus? I still don't understand like any of the weapon shit. It's all a learning experience, honestly. Is that a wish? I start clawing at my eyes. Wait, hold, what the, whoa, 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 whoa. So every character has a path. March's preservation path, so she focuses on shielding and defense, but the light cones have a special bonus if the light cone matches. Right. So ideally, in Genshin terms, it would be like there isn't really a way to say it in Genshin terms. If weapons could be different and you could give someone a different weapon and they could use it, but they can't do that in Genshin. Hi, Marshy. Eh. Maybe I could just buy the battle pass and get one for March 7th. So I intend to do that anyway. How many days are left on the battle pass? I know there's like some things that are ending in like a couple days. Like why? Oh no, it's there for 40 days.
Don't worry, Mr. Svarog. We'll be safe here.
Wasn't Herta just in there? Hello? Okay.
It's so early. Let's look around.
Right?
Looking for a ticket?
Huh?
She's everything. Oh yeah, that's right. She's a doll. Oh.
My friend, looking for a ticket?
Oh, the music? Different music for this. Love that.
You have the worst luck running into me. Fights are like gambling. You have to choose when to strike. Oh! Ugh, this hand sucks. Gotcha!
Dang.
Don't need this style.
I need to be brave.
Hide.
You're not going anywhere!
You know what I was watching earlier? I was rewatching season 12 of Drag Race. I still, to this day, don't understand how they were like, yeah, we're gonna edit redacted pie out of every episode. And then they still kept her in some episodes and like kept like inserting her in some episodes. I was like, there is no reason, even if she won the challenge, even if she was there, to include her at any means. Like, I don't even care. Like, you're painting her in a good light. Like, you're making us feel bad for her. Like, you should have just completely edited her out of the episodes. That's just my tea. That's just how I see it.
Take this! Shape
A nap.
Rise, Venus! No more playing nice. Huh? My turn.
Oh my god, March. I need you to do damage, girl.
That's a set.
Work.
Play hard, win big, keep.
I'm not afraid of you.
Commencing annihilation.
No, literally. Like, I understand, like, she was in the top 4, so you have to be like, oh yeah, we get why she's in the top 4, but like, at what point are you like, okay, well, let's just put Jackie Cox in the top 4 instead, and then just completely edit around redact? I would have literally, if I was them, it's not like they haven't done this before. They do like blurry things on people's like copyrighted shirts. I would have done a blur filter on her face the entire season. I just still don't understand. They like, it's so bizarre to me.
My friend, looking for a ticket?
I have no sympathy for that person. That person is a terrible person. The people that are like, oh my god, happy to see you come back to drag. Okay, well, you can go play outside in the street. And then something can happen because you're dumb. If you feel bad for that disgusting person, like, why?
You're not going anywhere. I told ya I could fight.
As she does no damage.
Gotcha. Better late than never.
Yes. Work, diva. Period. I love her. She's fun to have on the team. Like, she makes the game kind of like fun. Just makes the game kind of quirky.
Just thinking about work gives me a full body mind.
Same, girl. We need to ascend the world. It's gonna make everything so much harder. I know, they're really cute designs.
Yeah.
Fuck, I just had a stroke. I just almost died and you all just watched. You all just watched me do that.
My friend.
I want her to do at least some damage. Like right now she's using a weapon with 0 damage right now. It's literally level 1. I think she can do a little more. Let me throw the Bailu one on her. Wait, so you don't get... If it's not their path, do you not get this thing underneath it? Oh, okay. So it doesn't matter. Okay, I'll just use this one then, because I'm gonna use this eventually, so I might as well just... Right, okay. I see. What? Whatever.
My friend.
Oh, we finished the quest. Oh, that's not... We can't do the simulated universe. Stop reminding me.
Honorary member of the... Thank you for helping Hook... Hook and Daddy's... Yeah? Daddy's job has been more difficult since moving to Boulder. Hey. Actually, I still have some valuable treasure of my own in Rivet Town. I know that Rivet Town is super dangerous right now. That way, even then it's settled.
You know where I want to go? Where is it? I think it's here. This is where I want to be. I didn't get to go this. What was that? Oh. I didn't get to go this way when we did this quest.
Luck of the draw. Please, 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 please. Looks like victory!
Gagged.
Huh? You have the worst luck running it.
Yeah, that's already so much better. Oh, they got gagged.
Gotta try hard sometimes. Check out this awesome move.
what I can do?
I told ya I could fight. Watch this. That's a set. Fights are like gambling. You have to.
I'm not
Commencing
afraid of
annihilation.
Don't need this style.
Eliminating threat.
Let me through, or I'll go through you. You're not going anywhere.
Stay back, Clara.
Try that again.
She kind of does. Yeah, I see it. I mean, I hear it.
We're
Oh!
on a roll.
Oh! I'm surrounded!
Want to see what I can do? Take this! Shape of Taisha Rise Phoenix!
It's weird though, cause she seems like kind of like a serious character. She's not like a silly character with the chicken. You know what I mean?
Watch this.
I like it though. It's not like I'm like, oh my god, it's terrible.
Gotta try hard sometimes. Check out this awesome move. Wait for the tiles before you start counting. Stay calm. Ugh, this hand sucks. Gotcha. Wow.
Dang it.
You can't run.
Hide. Are you all right? Stay back, Clara.
It's crazy though too, like I'm not familiar with like the passives and the artifact sets, and some of my characters are already so strong. Can you imagine like what's gonna happen when I get the right weapons for them in the artifact sets? Oh baby, we are going to fuck it up.
Time for the payout.
Stay back, Clara.
Like Clara fully built is gonna be nuts.
Be careful, Mr. Svarog.
We're on a roll. Yeah.
Like I wonder. Like I wonder. Oh, okay. Increases damage dealt by the holder. Damn, I have to get equilibrium for everything. Wait, is there another one? Oh, it is. So this one increases dealt by wearer by 20% damage. The wearer also deals 20% extra damage to enemies with higher HP. That's a really good for Clara. Increases damage with burn or bleed by 16. Okay, that's not terrible. I think this one definitely benefits Clara more, but this one's a really good one. Ooh, we could switch this up. Increases wearer's damage by 12% for every defeated enemy. The wearer's attack increases by 4%, stacks up to 3 times. That's actually really good. She's really good. The wearer regenerates 20 energy immediately upon entering battle and increases ultimate damage by 32%. Oh wait, that could be crazy. That's actually really cool too. I'm scared. Oh, it's awake.
I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Svarog.
Yes! You have the worst luck running into me. Stay right there while I give you a present. Wait for the tiles before you start counting. Don't need this tile. Try that again.
What is March 7th passive? If a girl on the team gets damaged, does she fight back? Is that why it's called girl power? What is it called? Like, what is it?
I need to be brave.
Hide.
Hurry through. You're not going anywhere. Watch this. That's a set. Time for the payout.
Holy shit. The 500 damage? Damn.
Oh.
Yay, puzzle. Love these. Oh, then Clara and March 7th are crazy together. That's fucking nuts. I can't believe I agreed to a gig on the day Tears of a Kingdom comes out. Like, I'm so upset at myself. I just didn't know what day it came out. Maybe I could do a stream the night... No. Well, actually, I could. If it comes out at 12 o'clock, I could do it the night of. Is it coming out at midnight? It has to, right? Then I could do that. I could do that instead of doing the stream the day of. Fina, thank you for the follow. Oh my god, I just pulled my entire computer because my headphone cord got stuck. All right.
Just another walk in the park. We're in the money.
I haven't seen it yet. I saw the clips, but like it doesn't go live until Thursday. I guess you have to subscribe on YouTube. Which I will be doing. I want them to know that she's bringing in the numbers. I want them to know.
Time for
I don't have a healer, I'm realizing.
I won't surrender. Try hard sometimes. Check out this awesome move. So what? I won't surrender.
Yeah, it's not Trinity. Trinity Star is apparently a porn star, so she said she's not taking that name.
Please, 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 please. Looks like victory! So what? I won't surrender.
Yeah, I was like, oop!
Dodge this.
I'm glad she clocked that early and someone told her.
Take this! Shape of Taishu! Rise Venus!
Doesn't have a release time. I mean, it definitely has to come out at 12 o'clock. On console, though, like, you'd probably have to buy it and install it before. Like, you wouldn't be able to get it. Maybe you could. I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying, honestly. Honestly, wait. What if I shielded somebody else instead of Clara? Because, like, Clara already has a shield.
With me out here, how can we lose? Wanna see what I can do? Yeah! Better late than never. Fights are like gambling. You have to choose when to spend. Look.
She didn't take any damage.
You can't run!
I'm not afraid of you.
Eliminating threat.
I want to protect everyone too.
You want to shield Clara because the shield also gives aggro, like the enemy will attack whoever has the shield. But if Clara ults, she already takes aggro, so like, does it really matter?
Dodge this! Don't need this style. Loser! Try that again!
As you command.
Be careful, Mr. Svarog.
I don't know if we can win this without a healer. We can try, but it's gonna be really hard.
You have the worst luck running into me. Stay right there while I give you a present. That's a set.
I fear if we stop shielding Miss...
Sometimes.
How do you pronounce her name? I don't even know any of their names right now.
This awesome move.
I fear if we stop shielding her, she's gonna die.
Wait for the tiles before you start counting. Time for the payout.
You don't have to do all that. It's okay.
Eliminating threat.
Dodge this. Take this. Shape of Rise Venus.
Wait, Trinity Star is a religious reference? I've never heard of that.
Let me through, or I'll go through you. Yeah.
Stay back, Clara.
You can't run. Watch this. Look at the draw. Please, 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 please. Looks like victory!
Oh!
Stay back, Clara.
Want to see what I can do?
Oh, Clara. Oh, we're all dead. That is really unfortunate. We were close. The star part was apparently a Jesus reference. I'm guessing it's something to do with being guided by the star of Jesus. Trinity, I love you, but please. Now, calm it down. Yeah, that move really wipes my team every time in every battle it's in.
Dodge this. I told ya I could fight. With me out here, how can we lose?
Stay back, Clara.
I like that you can fast forward through the enemy's moves.
Brave.
Hide. Are you all right?
I'm okay.
Stay back, Clara.
Try that again. You're annoying. Let me through, or I'll go through you.
I feel like if that was the case, I feel like she thought it was a cute name like Star, and then someone was like, oh yeah, like in the religion or whatever, and she was like, oh, that's convenient because I wasn't even thinking about that. Like, I don't think she would base her entire personality off of it. She's not like that. I know her.
I need to be brave. Be careful, Mr. Svarog.
Wanna see what I can do? Dodge this.
So do we know who the next banner is? After Miss Silly.
Time for
Oh, okay.
So what?
And you said March 7th is on that banner, I think, if I remember right.
Take this! Shape of Taishu! Rise, Venus! Let me through, or I'll go through you! Yeah! Stay right there while I give you a present! Gotta try hard sometimes. Check out this awesome move!
Work. Building my pity.
Eliminating threat. Stay back, Clara.
You can't run!
I want to protect everyone too.
Help me, Mr. Zorok!
With me out here, how can we lose? That's a set! Wait for the tiles before you start
I'm not afraid of you. Be careful, Mr. Svarog.
Yeah! Oh. Hey!
Clara just took no damage.
Try that again!
Wanna see what I can do? Dodge this! Take this! Shape of Rise Venus! Let me through, or I'll go through you! Yeah! I need to be
Eliminating
brave.
threat.
Oh my god.
Stay right there while I give you a present. Fights are like gambling. You have to choose. Go away! Loser!
I'm okay.
Stay back, Clara.
You can't run!
I'm not afraid of you. Be careful, Mr. Sparrow. I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Sparrow.
As you command.
You can't run! You have the worst luck running into me. With me out here, how can we lose? Better late than never. Gotta try hard sometimes. Check out this awesome move. Wait for the tiles before you start. Look at the draw.
Please, 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 please.
Looks like victory! Go away!
Well, there goes one friend.
As you command.
Try that again.
Oh, good hit, March.
Stay right there while I give you a present.
I need to be brave.
Annihilation.
That's a set.
Yes. Nice. We did that without a healer.
Yeah.
We like to party. We like to party. We like to party. We like to party. That used to be my sub. If you are a long-time viewer of the channel, that used to be my sub animation and notification. That was a long time ago. Let's heal. I would like to go get that other loot box. We like to party. We like to party. We like to party. Oh, there's a chest over there. It's Tammy Brown lip syncing at Mickey's WeHo.
Wanna see what I can do? Yeah!
With me out here, how can we lose? Fights are like gambling. You have to choose.
Stay back, Clara.
You can't run!
Stay back, Clara.
Try that again.
Hide. Are you all right? Stay back, Clara.
Let me through, or I'll go through you.
My turn. Watch this.
Hi, Safety BB. Are you feeling better today? Is it getting better and better as the days go on? I hope. Oh, there's another battle.
Wanna see what I can do? I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Sparrow.
Gotta Gotta try hard sometimes. Check out this awesome move. Dodge this.
Don't need this style. I'm not afraid of you.
Commencing annihilation. As you command.
And look at how we ate that.
We're on a roll. Time for another.
Work. I mean, not work. Why are you leaving Dunkin' Donuts? What the hell is wrong with you? Wow. We just started the battle. Why is he trying it? Oh. Oh. Oh.
I won't surrender. Yeah. Take this. Shape rise Venus. With me out here, how can we lose? Wait for the tiles before you start counting.
Are you alright?
I'm okay.
Stay back, Clara.
Try that again.
Why did you do it though? Like, is it just because they suck?
Want to see what I can do? I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Sparrow.
Watch this! That's a set! Fights are like gambling. You have to choose when to strike. Time for the payout. Look at the draw. Please, 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 please. Looks like
Real.
victory!
That's valid though. That's typical retail for you. That's why I left the arcade. Remember when I worked at the arcade? That was terrible. I remember working there as a manager getting like okay pay, but they were like, because I was the only manager that could like work often, they'd be like, yeah, so like you can't take breaks. Like I literally couldn't take a break, which is illegal, very illegal, but
Gotta try hard sometimes.
I had to do what's right for business, I guess.
This awesome move.
Let me through, or I'll go through you. Yeah.
They also still have, I just remembered, they still have my last paycheck.
Better late than never.
And I left like 2 years ago. Maybe I can claim that. Hold on. The $60 that they were gonna pay me.
Watch this.
Don't need this style. I'm not afraid of you.
Commencing annihilation.
I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Svarog!
Oh, that sucks.
I don't want to be alone.
Oh wow, everybody's dead. Okay, that's fun. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Alrighty then. Why is this not healing me all the way up? Heal me, bitch. What the fuck? What the timer on the refund? What the? Oh my god, it's everywhere. What the? Healing my party members?
Just thinking about work gives me a full body migraine.
Now, Honkai, I know you're joking right now. What is that about? Now, let's not get crazy, Honkai. Let's not. Now, this is something we need to adjust. Just healing my party members back up, and you're putting a timer on it? It's a little suspicious. It's actually really hot in here, so hold on. It's getting hot in here. So flash your bussy. No. Just as I thought. Basura. It's trash in Spanish. Just as I thought. Trash. Jasmine Masters quote.
So, this friend of mine.
Yeah.
I don't think this is the... Oh my god, I just joined and I love you. Welcome in. Is it ass? Can I just call you ass? Asa? Asa AI? Work. Oh, another Asa. Hopefully I'm pronouncing it right because I didn't pronounce Asa for the right way for 2 years of one of my mods being a mod. And they were just too nervous to say anything. That was camp.
Just thinking about work gives
I like
me a
Asa better. I know an
full
Asa in
migraine.
Rhode Island. Drag name. Feels like home. Oh! March 7th really is the Amber that Amber wishes she was. I love March 7th. Outsold Amber down. Sorry, girl. Ooh. I have a wish. Everybody, we're gonna get crazy. Watch this. 5-star. Oh. 5-star, 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 5-star. Streamer lock, streamer lock, streamer lock, streamer lock. Wow. This is the one. I'll just go fuck myself, it's fine. I can do one more. Gets crazy. Any interest in streaming my... What do you mean? Oh! Oh! It gets crazy? My pussy's wet! Yes. Girl, yes. You showed chat the poll? Well, what do you have? How many polls do you have? I feel like that's too much work for me, babe. I'm sorry. Where is it? Ooh, he probably works for... Oh, this one works. At the start of the battle, the damage dealt to all allies decreases. Oh, decreases by 8%. I thought it meant like doing your damage is reduced. At the same time, immediately restores HP to all allies equal to 30%. Ooh. Okay. It's the guaranteed 5-star off the starter banner. Are you at like the last 10 polls on it? I want to know who you get. If you fucking get Bailu, I am going to rip your pussy off. Interesting. Okay. Hi. There's one more chest in this area. Hold on, I need to find it or I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. Oh, hello. Give me the chest. One contains good luck, one contains bad luck. Girl, I have the best luck in the world. I'm literally gonna get it's the big one. Okay. Work. Bring us home a pink drink and some, yeah, donuts. I need some, I fucking love donuts, dude. I could fuck up a box of donuts right now. I could get crazy with it. Girl, just give me the fucking chest. Give it. Okay? Like, literally, who cares? Just give me the chest. That wasn't even the chest. I can't. Fuck that girl. I hope she gets hit by a car. What? Who said that? But I've never been this way. Yes, I have. I lied. I lied. Ooh. 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 If you guys see this chest, call out. Like, just scream. I might miss it because I'm not wearing my glasses. Why does she get to walk over there, but I can't? Is there something you need? Don't cough like that in front of me. We did it.
Oh, shiny. Ooh, sparkly.
Wait, there's 2 chests in this area. I'm a collector. She's a collector, girl. There's one right there. I need it. I frockin' need it. Already got the one this way. This is some daily thing I don't really give a shit about. You guys can get out of my face. Okay. You're gonna regret doing that.
Want to see what I can do? Yeah.
My turn.
My turn.
Wow. This hand's... Come on.
Don't need this style. I'm not afraid of you.
Literally get gagged. Like, you tried to run up on me and you got gagged,
You
so.
couldn't have done it without me.
I didn't mean to do that. Ooh. Oh?
No more playing nice. Dodge this.
You have the worst luck running into me.
Commencing annihilation.
And what?
You couldn't have done it without me.
We need one more chest in this area. Ah. Maybe it's this way. Hold on. Excuse me, everyone. Got it.
Oh, shiny. Ooh, sparkly.
This main town is where I can't find the 3.
Wanna go
Which
take
one
some
of you would be
pictures?
the 3? I feel like it's like in plain sight, but I can't see it.
Come around and have a look.
Two more.
Oh, shiny.
One
Ooh,
more.
Sparkly.
I miss the taste of coffee.
That lady over there? Oh, I miss the taste of coffee. Me AF. You better not be the lady in the world hub of Honkai Star Rails talking about coffee when I get there. Me AF. Down here, maybe? Find this car? Damn. They like to hide stuff, so I'm like... Damn, I thought it would be behind that car too. What? What? Okay. You thought I was a cop. Damn it, where is this last one? They like to hide them in like special little locations. I know this area doesn't look exactly like Mondstadt, but both of the first starting towns for Genshin and Honkai are like towns that have like big walls and like very UK inspired. I don't know. I kind of see the similarities in Mondstadt in this a little bit.
You know what I mean.
Oh, hey, Serval. I didn't know she worked here. Hey, girl. Yeah, if like it was covered in snow, but also like modernized a little bit. Ha! That's like, I don't know, it's like one of my favorite things to do in this game so far is like get all the chests, like a collectathon. But that's like the collectathon 100% gamer in me. I really cannot find this last chest. Oh, excuse me. Oh my god. Sonic Spork, thank you so much for the subscription of 6 months. Oh! I almost got hit by a train. What if like when you got hit by the train it ragdolled like in GTA? That would actually crack my shit up. It's just so magical, isn't it? So beautiful. Wow. What is she playing? I'm trying to think if it's like a reference. Is it just like the town theme of like, is she just playing on a guitar? I wish I was one of those like tech bros that could decipher what this is, or like if it's just original. They like to sprinkle in little Easter egg nuggets, so I feel like that could be something, maybe.
I want to see your manager.
What? You did not just say that. I want to hear her say that again. Hold on a second. I'm gonna make her say it again. I'm not hearing things. She really just said, I want to see your manager.
Just thinking about work gives me a full body migraine.
She's gone! Not Chelsea Green. Not too much. Literally, I would too. Like, what is your problem, lady? I really can't find this last chest. Fuck. Where are you? Where are you? I feel like it has to be somewhere over here. Can I get on the train? Okay. Wait, I'm late for work. Bus driver, please let me on. Please! Please stop the bus! Thank you. Can I get on, please? What is your problem? I flip it over like Madison Montgomery. Does this count as in the area? Like these indoor areas? They do. Could be in here, possibly.
Weather's pretty nice, huh?
Wait, this is the Karen.
That's your 8th dish.
Girl, I have what? Let them eat, bitch. It's not in here. We checked last time. Where is it? Not even doing side quests or anything crazy interesting. I'm just searching for this fucking chest.
So, this friend of mine.
What? The dialogue between the NPCs is really interesting. It's really interesting. The music here, it's very eerie. It's not like very inviting, it's very scary. I wonder if that's on purpose.
Come around and have a look.
We went in there. I wonder if it's when we get to go up there, but I feel like that would be a different area.
You know what I mean.
Or maybe there's an area we still have to unlock here, and because we have to come back here with Branya. Maybe that's where the last chest is. I feel like I can't get it yet. There's like, I've literally looked everywhere.
So that's what this is all about.
Oh, my tummy be rumbling. Is that Sanpo? It is. We've literally looked everywhere. What is on my notifications? Perfect. I was gonna say, if you guys are gonna add me on stream, I don't mind, but please let me know, because if it's a different name, I'm not gonna know. I told you, I made it oomphy. Oomphy. Is that true? Is that true? Oh, this is her. I still don't, I'm still learning the names. Okay, you guys? Still learning. I didn't know this was her. Yeah, she's everything. She has like fans and she's just such a girl boss. I think if I had to rank who I want next, I actually think I would want Himiko before Bailu. I want Himiko, Bailu, then Branya, then one of the boys. Sealy last. For the 4 stars, I want Sampo or Tingyun. I don't really give a shit about Pela. I have to level up my artifacts. But isn't there like an artifact thing you can do? Actually, let's do this silly side quest before we do that. Even though I'm not paying attention to the side quest, but it's fine. 8 out of 9, so there's a chest here. If you guys see a chest, let me know.
it took
Already?
you so long?
Shit!
Hook's been waiting here for ages. Well, it wasn't actually that long. As long as you're here now, it's fine. I got some good news and some bad news. Which do you want to hear first?
Bad news.
I told the rest of the moles about the plan, and Julian asked me to get some treasure for him. If we don't help him, he'll tell the old witch where we've gone. The good news is that he's willing to contribute to our adventure. Look, he gave me this gardening shovel.
Why?
Well, the treasure won't grow.
I can't believe this is Mona's voice actor. Is that true? The launch was too good. Okay, everybody calm down. You guys don't have to attack me. When the launch is too good, kitty face squiggle emoji.
Julian's adoptive parents used to own a business in this area. When we were all forced to leave the town, there were lots of things they didn't have time to take with them, so... Shouldn't be too hard to locate his treasure. Let's start by looking up. Ah, we found Julian's treasure!
No, I think people have complained about it enough that they might add one, but I don't know.
But it wasn't easy collecting all these. What? What's that look on your
I don't mind it too much considering, like, that makes it so loot is not out of arm's reach in, like, obscure places.
A super huge crisis for...
I also think it would be pretty hard to fix the areas so people, like, the areas are catered to make it so you can't jump, so you can't explore out of bounds, so...
Of course it wasn't that, but his accomplishments...
I don't think they'll ever add one, if I'm honest. So I retract my statement when I just said I'm a liar, so...
Kids in town were arch rivals to us at the orphanage. One time, we were all...
Hook, I love you, but I literally DJAF what you're saying right now.
Time to get to work. Hook's treasure is hidden below the orphanage near the mine's entrance. This doesn't feel like the Rivet town I remember. Do you think the orphanage is like this now, too?
I just saw Mono Girl.
This place is nothing like it was before I left. I used to keep
Ooh, I'm hungry! Ooh!
Well, that's all I can recall. But don't worry, I'll look with you. I may even find it before you. Look, it's in this box. This miniature drill rig was given to me by a guy from Daddy's mining team as a birthday present. I'm going to turn it on. Whoosh! Look, just don't talk to me right now. I need to calm down. I said don't talk to me right now. I need time to think. Honorary member, I wonder, how much do you think Julian's glass marbles would sell for? What? Did you think I was serious? I wasn't actually planning on selling these marbles. Besides,
I might make a rice bowl or something. I'm so hungry right now.
That might work. Not possible. I have no idea when it'll come. Oh, wait, honorary member. Ah, yay, let's go.
Yeah, I'm gonna make one. I'm so fucking hungry. Fa la la. You know what I should do? I should just put ice in this. Hold on. Back again. Ugh. I love that I can use a controller for this game. It's like literally the best thing they've ever done. I don't even think they were meaning to do it. Yes, every character does have a personalized phone case. It's super fucking cute. We saw that the other day. We pointed it out. Me and Umfi. I'm gonna be so sad when I run out of these rice bowls because they've literally been my lifesaver. Just like putting in the rice bowl for 2 seconds in the microwave and it's like done and I can just eat it immediately. It's like so useful for like my busy work days. I only have 2 left. I gotta order them in bulk or something. There's 3. Oh, excuse me, gentlemen.
Why are there so many monsters here?
Hey, losers.
Want to see what I can do?
Well, it's still hot.
Yes! You have the worst luck running into me.
Don't need this style.
Commencing annihilation.
Oh, wow.
Let me through, or I'll go through you. Huh?
Wait to me.
Oh, I didn't realize there were 2 waves. This is...
Gotta try hard sometimes. Check out this awesome move. Look at the draw. Please, 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 please. Looks like victory!
I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Sparrow.
Take this! Shape, rise, Venus!
Eat, mother.
My turn. Watch this! Better late than never.
Oh shit, that. Period.
Wait! Let me take a look at my note. It's a reward from the... Go down the stairs. Oh, what kind of thought the second... really?
Let's...
Beep, beep, beep. Finding the home use object finder at your service. Please say the target object you want to search for.
Oh, wow. This little thing, it can talk? What's it? Whatever. I guess you... Here it is. Yes. Whoa, June. The old witch said that June isn't just any old teddy. If she finds out I once... What? So what if the old... They found the trap. I'm warning you.
Oh, it's the teddy bear Natasha carries.
Just thinking about work gives me a full body grain.
Hook? What are you...
Natasha? Junjun's in bad shape. Can you help me fix him?
I remember giving you June.
Fucking bowl is
I
hot.
haven't seen this fella in years. Where did you find him?
The wind brought him back to me.
Be honest with me, Hook.
Big Brother helped me find him in the Rivet Town orphanage.
You had him take you to the Fragmentum just for this teddy bear? Hook, how many times have I told you?
Natasha, please. Please help me fix June.
The wind brought him back to me.
For a whole month.
You say that every time, and then...
Great! See you soon! Big Brother, I'll leave June with you.
What am I going to do with that girl?
She's
you
fun.
You shouldn't indulge her, outsider. I know it's difficult to tell Hook no, but sometimes it just has to be done.
You're right. You're right.
June. So she gave her bear a name, huh? I've lost count of all the dolls I've made. To be honest, I wasn't expecting her to like this one so much.
Hey, pretty Nana.
It was an award I used to give the kids in Rivet
I'm
Town
loving
for
this
good
game so
behavior.
far. Like, I'm addicted. I'm hooked. No pun intended.
Can you imagine what an orphanage is like with
I really
so
want to
many
put money
difficult
on because I'm
children?
a
I had to come up with a solution to get them to
gambling
behave.
addict.
Hook pretended to be well behaved for a month in order to get June. She ate on time, slept on time, even stopped fighting with the other kids. I'm afraid you have no idea how much she suffered that month. Hook has an uncanny ability to rally people to her cause. Both adults
I know, everybody's done
and
with the first
children.
planet, and I'm like, fuck.
It's a skill, all right.
I don't want to be done with the first planet.
Well-behaved puts
They
a
should have
limit.
added more planets before they launched this
Well,
game.
This teddy bear has sure been through the wars. Don't worry, I'll help Hook repair June. But I'll need to find some stuffing. Wait, look at the eyes.
I love Mother Himiko. She's so clean.
They must be Erebus? Huh. Strange, I didn't notice when I sewed them on. I'm no appraiser, but these two gems look to be high quality. Well, our war-torn bear here just became a priceless doll. Not bad, June.
Did the old witch yell at you?
What?
But you were only there to help Hook. I'm sorry, honorary member.
Hook.
Never mind that. You didn't tell her what I was really up to, did you?
Why would you call Natasha an old witch? That's not nice.
Great. Your loyalty as an honorary member of the Moles is acknowledged. Anyway, why are you still standing here, silly? Do you have something to report to the boss of the Moles? Gems? Does that mean he's worth a lot of money? Well, of course I'll sell him. If the gems are expensive, Hook can buy a better birthday gift for Daddy.
I don't know if that's the move, girl.
This is super useful intel. Keep been with the Moles a bit longer, I'd be promoting you to third in command right now. I need your help again after Natasha fixes June. Always be prepared to answer the call of Pitch Dark Hook the Great.
Work. Oh no. That's a cute idol animation. Yummy in my tumby. Wait, what? It doesn't stack? It has to stack. It has to. Who is adding me? Who is this? You can tell me and I'll add you. Okay, we have to do a... We need a... No, she's literally daughter. Unfortunately, I don't think they're the move for this. We definitely need Natasha. Oh, she doesn't have any relics.
Don't worry, Mr. Svarog. We'll be safe here.
Back. Oof. Oof.
High threat target ahead.
Oh, great. Another walk-in with me out here? How can we lose?
Turn up the volume.
Ow.
Stay back, Clara.
Try that again.
Ready to lose yourself? Fight it or rock with it. My music conquers all.
Stay back, Clara.
Try that again.
Stay back, Clara.
Time for a shot. Nap time.
What the?
Be careful, Mr. Svarog.
Stay right there while I give you a present.
This song's just for you.
Oscar.
Keep up with my tempo.
How are you?
Stay back, Clara.
You can't run.
Naughty children, don't listen. Savor the vigor of life.
Hide.
With me out here, how can we lose?
Happy birthday. Ahem. I die.
Protect everyone too.
I die on your birthday. Woo!
Help me, Mr. Svarog.
Pretty good crowd today. Turn up the volume.
What does that mean your sign
More than
is?
medicine.
Gotta try hard sometimes. Check out this awesome move.
Time for a shot. Nap time.
Work. I was hoping that would...
I need to be brave.
Eliminating threat.
You have the worst luck running into me. Stay right there while I give you a present.
That hurt.
As you command.
Try that again.
Just in time. Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
Thank you.
This song's just for you.
Just having fun with makeup. You know the
Naughty
vibes.
children.
I also had this like idea in my head of like doing red extensions and like red like blush and a
You're in
lip.
bad shape.
Are you alright?
I'm okay.
As you command.
My team is untouchable. Untouchable, 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 untouchable.
I hope
We
I
literally
help.
took no damage that entire fucking fight. That was literally crazy.
High threat target ahead.
Ready to lose yourself?
Well done, mama.
Fight it or rock with it. My music conquers all.
Oh, great. Another walk with me out here? How can we lose?
Turn up the volume.
Stay back, Clara.
You can't run.
Stay back, Clara.
Oh my god, they're crazy.
Nap time.
I'm not afraid of you. Be careful, Mr. Svarog.
pretty good crowd today.
Let's rock! Try that again! My turn. Stay right there while I give you a present!
I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Svarog!
Doing okay. I realized that I accidentally booked a gig on the day of Tears of a Kingdom and All Stars 8. So I'm like, fuck. So yeah, I'm like, that's gonna be a very busy day, but also
To be brave.
I'm kind of upset I did, because now I'm gonna be crazy busy that day when I should be enjoying it.
As you command.
Just in time. Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
Gotta try hard sometimes. Check out this awesome move!
No, they're paying me a pretty penny,
Ready to
so.
lose yourself? Fight it or rock with it. My music conquers all.
Time for a shot.
Thanks a lot. With me out here, how can we lose?
Keep up with my tempo.
I'm not afraid of you.
That's how I see it. Well, like, I don't think All Stars premieres until 3 in the morning, right? Or 12 o'clock at night? Because it's on Paramount, or whatever the crazy release time
Naughty
is.
Children, don't listen. Here comes the medicine.
Ready to jam. This song's for you. Turn up the volume.
Go away!
Stay back, Clara.
You can't run!
I have no idea who that is.
I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Svarog!
Just in time. Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
I need to be brave. Be careful, Mr. Svarog.
Stay right there while I give you a present!
Oh, the Xingqiu dupe?
Savor the vigor of it.
I'm gonna be honest, I think they put a higher rate of Himiko being pulled on than any other
Ready
character.
to lose yourself?
I have not seen a lot of Himiko havers.
Fight it or rock with it.
They made her extra
My
rare.
music conquers all.
Equilibrium. The worlds are already changing.
There we go, it's stacked. I'm now 22. Perfect. Well done, mama. Hello? What? That's kind of scary. What? Ew. I missed that show. That was a good show. Girl, why are y'all talking so much in this group chat? Slash leave. Let me out. You literally couldn't catch me in this group chat. I would leave so fast.
So strange. Seems like Asta and Arlen are in trouble. Still, it all sounds like hearsay to me. Better keep them in the dark for now.
No, white pom-pom sad.
Good, you're here. Pom-Pom doesn't know, but it's in the Express! No one knows Akivili's Express better than Pom-Pom! There is something how Pom-Pom looks.
Why can't I open the mission menu? Like, why am I struggling? Not why am I so pretty?
Wow, so
What?
this is the Astral Express. Oh, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm a messenger from the Garden of Recollection. I will be staying on the Express from now on. That's why I'm here. Let me explain. Garden of Recollection is an organization that worships the Aeon Fuli. Seeing that I'm able to be here, you must have already come to understand the concept of remembrance and the Garden of Recollection. The memories that you possess have activated a pathway for the Garden of Recollection to make copies and implant me into your thoughts. We can actually just follow you without being noticed. However, the Garden of Recollection believes that you're special. The memories that you possess are extremely rare and precious, and it's very likely there will be even more in the future. That's why I thought it'd be best if I introduced myself to you. I noticed that you've also received the concept of memo snatchers. The Garden of Recollection wouldn't want you to mistake us for thieves or crooks. Everything we do is for a higher purpose. I believe we've become acquainted now. We want to prevent the universe from even if all there is actually, but don't worry. This is the Forgotten Hall. Come.
Do you want to
Oh, this is the Spiral Abyss. Ooh, I have 3 wishes for some reason.
Do you want to?
Well, I don't have anyone
target ahead.
a wind on my team, so.
Stay right there while I give you a present.
Keep up with my tempo.
You're annoying.
That'll take more than savor the vigor of life.
I'm not afraid of you.
Hide.
Ready to lose yourself? Fight it or rock with it. My music conquers all.
How is that guy right there still alive?
Told ya I could fight. With me out here, how can we lose? Gotta try hard sometimes. Check out this awesome move.
Turn up the volume.
Time for nap time. Just in time. Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
I need to be brave.
Eliminating threat.
I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Sparrow.
You have the worst luck running into me. Stay right there while I give you a present.
Keep up with my tempo.
Oh,
Mission command.
you can't run.
Mission command.
Try that again.
Savor the vigor of life.
Commencing annihilation. Stay back, Clara.
My turn.
My turn.
Let's
Rock.
I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Sparrow.
Ready to lose yourself? Fight it or rock with it. My music conquers all.
You have the worst luck running into me. With me out here, how can we lose? Gotta try hard sometimes. Check out this awesome move.
I'm not afraid of you. Be careful, Mr. Svarog.
Pretty good crowd today.
Mission command.
You can't run.
All right.
I'm
Mission
okay.
command.
Try that again.
All better now?
Thanks a lot.
Just in time. Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
My turn. Stay Stay right there while I give you a present. Let's rock.
Hide. Stay back, Clara.
You can't run.
Time for a shot. Nap time.
Watch this.
This song's just for you.
Hi, Leslie. Thank you so much for the raid. Hello, everybody. Leslie, how was the stream? How are you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate you. We're currently playing some Honkai Star Rail. It came out 3 days ago, I think. So we're just kind of grinding some levels and doing some turn-based stuff. Super chill today. How are you doing? So happy to see you. I don't even know what this means. Anybody coming in? I'm Nemesis. I run the network here mostly 5 times a week. I'm in drag and trans, support trans creators. Would love to have you when Leslie isn't live. I haven't had time to play this yet. How is it? I'm honestly so addicted. Like, it's literally crazy how addicted I am to this. I'm a sucker for turn-based combat. So like this, I'm like, you're also part of the AMD Red team. I so am. I'm part of the AMD Red team. Leslie made the PC we're working on, and we had a cute little collab all the way back. It's been so long already. It's crazy how time flies, but we need to do something cute soon. Because I missed you at PAX. I was like, oh, where's Leslie? Crying. But I hope you're doing great, and thank you again for the raid. But yeah, it's really fun. I'm really enjoying it. I would definitely suggest it if you're like, if you see the Genshin like fandom and you're like, I'm not really into it, like I would give this one a shot over that one, just because this one's, I want to say, more accessible. It's like super low key. It's not overwhelming.
Eliminating threat.
Oh wow, that was a lot of damage.
Gotta try hard sometimes. Check out this awesome move.
Yeah, I took a nap in drag today, so we're gonna be up late, so.
Ready to lose yourself?
Hello.
Fight it or rock with it. My music conquers all.
Work.
What is it? Are you...
The characters in this game are like amazingly like fleshed out, and there's so much diversity because the characters aren't locked behind a certain weapon they have to use. They use cards, like, in theory, so it's not like this character has to use this weapon. Like, when they create new characters, they can use whatever they want. It's just a matter of like, it's more class types in this, which is cool because Genshin is like, characters are locked behind weapons, but like this one, they can get so creative with it. That's why I'm like so excited for this game. And there's no annoying Paimon, so it's a win.
From now on, all you have to do is enter the Forgotten Hall periodically. And
but I'm not doing any story stuff right now, so if you want to watch and like just see what's going on, you can watch right now. I'll let you know when I start doing story content.
It'd be best if you kept it between.
Have you seen the Wuthering Waves gameplay? Yes, I want to play it. I think it looks really cute. I think if one game is gonna do it, I don't think Tower of Fantasy did it right. I think Wuthering Waves is gonna be so fun. They have a good taste.
If that's the case.
Even if I did like Tower of Fantasy for the 3 days that I played it.
Alrighty then. Just step close.
Briefly, agreed.
Did you find anything?
Someone from the Garden of Recollection.
Seems like the rumors are true.
The Express is not a place they can just come and go as they wish. We have to kick them out.
Oh, Pom Pom, I love you.
Dealing with.
We'll come up with.
All right.
I love Pom Pom. So cute, the train conductor. Yeah, I just really like this because like the turn-based combat is like super relaxing and it just like my brain feels good. Oh.
I asked you so. You and... Do you want to enter the...
Oh wow. You can get Lacoons. These are the weapons.
Do you want to...
Oh wow. Yeah, so this is the Spiral Abyss. Increases ice damage. Okay. I think we're just gonna do the same team.
Huh.
There's 2 waves.
Watch this!
Work.
Time for the
I should
main
do that,
event.
yeah.
Keep up with my tempo. Fight it or rock with it. My music conquers all.
Oof.
That'll take more than medicine. You're in bad shape.
And then we do this. Wow. Oh! Oh my god! Eat. I really like that you can fast forward through the enemy's combat too. That makes my life so much easier.
With me out here, how can we lose?
I'm gonna wait for everybody to get there. Actually,
Gotta try hard sometimes. Check out this awesome move.
Gaga'd. I Gaga'd to fuck out of them. So true, Marshy.
Turn up the volume.
Stay back, Clara.
Try that
Jesus. Jesus! Eat.
Nap time.
Okay.
Hide. Are you all right?
I'm okay.
Stay back, Clara.
Try that again.
Oh.
Stay back, Clara.
Oh.
Stay right there while I give you a present.
Savor the vigor of life.
I'm not afraid of you.
Commencing annihilation. Are you all right?
I'm okay.
Stay back, Clara.
You can't run. With me out here, how can we lose?
I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Svarog.
This song's just for you.
Wait, so technically the placement of your team matters as well.
Awesome move.
Of course, thank you so much for coming in. I hope you enjoy this when you play it. I hope you have a better recovery from the headache.
Hide.
You can't run.
Like, in theory,
You have the worst
if
luck
I
running
had
into
Clara
me.
in the middle of Natasha and Serval, she would get them damaged if the boss takes aggro onto her, but if I had her on one of the ends, only one of them would take damage.
Stay right there while I give you a present.
Huh. Didn't realize that until this moment right now.
Ready to lose yourself? Fight it or rock with it. My music.
So I accidentally put her,
conquers
instead of
all.
first, I put her third for some reason. Doesn't really matter, but
Mission command.
Try that again.
So I don't think this enemy has a... Oh, maybe this is it. No, it doesn't. I don't think he has a AoE move.
Commencing annihilation.
Watch this.
This song's for you. Turn up the volume.
Stay back, Clara.
You can't run.
I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Sparrow.
Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
Thanks a lot. Here. Gotta try hard sometimes. Check out this awesome move.
Be careful, Mr. Sparrow.
Pretty good crowd today. Keep up with my tempo.
Time for a shot. You're in bad shape.
Are you alright?
I'm
Mission
okay.
command.
He's dead. Yeah. GG easy.
Huh? The mirror is still here.
You get a pretty good amount of loot for that too, like from clearing the floor. I can't tell if it's got you guys adding me from stream or not. So if you do add me, I need you to let me know. I didn't want to commit to the game, but I got Sealy in 2 pulls. Wow. Oh, excuse me. I said excuse me because my eyelash got stuck on my bottom lash. What am I? Good night. Happy birthday. Hope you had a great birthday. I love you so much and appreciate you. Oh. I did not mean to do that. Well, if we're gonna ascend anyone, it's definitely gonna be her. And honestly, I think we're gonna put her up there as well. Because they're just way too strong together. I'm live, laugh, loving it. Honestly, a lot of fun. The most fun I've had in a long fucking time. You think boobs? Wow. Maddie, please. Where is the class?
Do you want to end?
Sorry, I've been lurking and added you. I'm Bridget in game. No worries if you don't want to add you. No, I just need to know. I'll add you. Just I know in Genshin sometimes random people fucking add you or like try to join your world, and I'm like, I don't know you like that. Enjoy your lurk. Oh, I didn't read what this floor is. What is this? Fire damage? I don't even think we have anybody that does fire.
High threat target ahead.
I'll show you a high threat target.
Tough luck running into me.
I think it's a mix of my love for Pokemon and Fire Emblem is why I love this so much. Because like the turn-based and strategy combat is why I love this game so much. Methinks.
Ready to lose yourself? Fight it or rock with it. My music conquers all.
I don't like some of the characters. Like, I don't like Sile. How do you pronounce it in this? Sile? I don't like her.
Time for a shot.
She bothers me.
All better now?
Thanks a lot.
Time for keep up. It's my tempo.
Actually,
Stay right there while I give you a present.
Pretty good.
ooh,
Stay back, Clara.
You can't run.
I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Sparrow.
Gotta try hard. Watch this awesome move.
I also like that the game facilitates like almost trying new characters, like because there's so many different strategies you can do in one game and one. I just like it. I like it. I like it. I like the beat.
Commencing annihilation. Mission command. Mission command.
Like, I would have never thought of putting March 7th on my team, but she's literally dominating.
Me out here? How can we lose?
This song's just let's rock. Ready to lose yourself?
I mean, I'm
Fight it or rock
down.
with it.
I'm down
My
bad.
music
So
conquers all.
honestly, kind of needed this because the game world is kind of dry right now until Tears of a Kingdom. So I'm like, give me something of substance until then.
Try that again.
Oh, let's not.
Just in time. Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
I can't believe Hook called Natasha an old witch. That was so uncalled for.
I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Sparrow.
Nap time.
Here.
Mission command.
I'm not afraid of you.
Eliminating threat.
I love Hook. Hook is fun.
Ready to jam.
Gotta try hard.
I don't think this is gonna do anything, but we can try it. It has resistance to it. Oh my god, this move is so it hurts.
Ready to lose yourself? You can fight it or rock with it.
Stay back, Clara.
Try that again. Phew!
I need to be brave. Look out! I want to protect everyone too. Mr. Sparrow.
That's better.
Thanks a lot.
Thank God we
Just
need
a little
this.
something. Think nothing of it.
Thanks a lot.
About to get gagged again.
Try that again.
Like, stop. You suck. Poopy fart.
Here.
Naughty child.
Mission command.
I'm not afraid of you.
Eliminating threat.
This song's for you. Turn it up.
Time for a shot. Nap time.
That sucks.
Be alone.
Stay back, Clara.
Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
Thanks. I'll never forget you.
Stay back, Clara.
I need to be brave.
Hide.
That was close. I think we only struggled with that because literally, I had no fire characters. Yeah, that kind of sucks because now we can't get the. How do flies make it in my room like this? I just don't understand it. They're like huge flies. Not doing this today. I like that I told my mom about this fly issue like a year ago and she still hasn't figured it out. Like, exhausting. I get her for free? Wait, get out of my face. I need to go to the bathroom anyway, so I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
Nice. 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 Nice.
I have an idea.
Nice.
Aren't flies attracted to like white, like light? Oh. Oh my god, you can see my light.
Nice.
Wait, I should do this more. It like lights this side of my body. No, flies are attracted to the white light. They always go on my ring light. They like the light. Bobby, thank you for the follow. What was I doing before we went BRB? Oh my god, there's so much foundation in my nose. It's like so itchy right now because it's coming off. I accidentally got my sleeves wet, which makes me upset because I actually really liked wearing them, but now I can't wear them. Wait, I do have a fire character.
Forgotten Hall?
I have Hook. Let me try the next level. Physical damage.
high threat target ahead.
Branya? What's Branya doing in here? Ariana, what are you doing here?
My turn. With me out here, how can we lose?
Stay back, Clara.
You can't run!
Stay back, Clara.
Try that again.
That'll take more than medicine. All better now?
Hide.
Oh, wow.
Stay back, Clara.
I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Sparrow.
Told you I could fight. Here! Wait for the tiles. Gotta try hard. Watch this awesome move. Choose one to strike.
Naughty child. Nap time.
Hide.
My turn.
That'll take.
Hey, girl.
As you command.
Can't run.
Oh, that's not.
Phew. Tasty.
Annihilate. Are you alright? Stay back, Clara.
Try that again.
Back off.
Stay back, Clara.
You can't run.
I think that was a little unnecessary.
Stay back, Clara.
Oh.
Stop running into me. Here.
I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Sparrow.
Wait for the tiles. Look at the draw. Please, and victory! Gotta try hard some. Watch this awesome move. Choose one to strike.
Time for a shot. That's better.
Thanks. I'll never forget you.
My turn.
I'm not afraid of you.
As you command.
Try that again.
As you command.
Can't run.
Naughty child.
She's kind of getting gagged.
Thanks.
Every time she does her ult, I do like 10 times more damage than her. Well, not her ult, but like that damage move she's doing.
Try that again. Fight with me.
It's like taking away her health.
Stay back, Clara.
You can't run.
Every time she attacks me, it's like hurting her team, which is kind of funny.
Time for a shot. That's better.
Thanks. I'll never forget you.
Hide.
I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Sparrow.
Gotta try hard. Watch this awesome move.
Just a little something. Think nothing of it. Back off.
As you command.
Tough luck running into me.
Nap time.
As you command.
Told you I could fight. Choose one to strike. Stay calm. Wow.
Annihilate.
Like this.
Not bad. We're not getting as much stars as we can, but that's because we need to level up our party. Why don't I have any of her materials? It's getting weird. Literally only doing this for the wish that I got. So close to a 10 pole. That hurt. Thank you. Maybe we can do this now. Ooh. Stop. Stop. Thank you. Stop! My god. Oh. No, I haven't. I'll do it after this. Hello.
Take caution.
My turn. With me out here, how can we lose?
Time for a shot. Nap time.
I need to be brave.
Eliminating.
This song's for you.
Turn it up.
Not each other.
Take.
Ready to lose your... You can fight it, or rock with it!
Here! Gotta try hard to watch this awesome move!
Time for the main event.
Keep up!
Time for a shot. Nap time.
Annihilate.
Tough luck running into me! Phew!
I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Sparrow.
Pretty good crowd today.
Turn it up!
Naughty child.
Are you alright? Mission command.
Wow.
Mission command.
She's the 2,000 damage I just did. Holy.
You're annoying! Let's rock!
Yeah, her name is literally Serval. Like, she's a serve.
Ready to lose yourself? You can fight it or rock with it. This song's for you. Keep up.
Stay back, Clara. Target threat index lower. Annihilate.
Oh wow.
High threat target ahead.
Oh, great. A walk in the park. Gotta try hard. Watch this awesome move.
I do not. I like playing it off stream, but not on stream. There's other drag streamers that do it, and do it better than I would ever. So, and probably more entertaining than I would ever be playing it. So,
Turn it up. Ready to lose yourself? You can fight it or rock with it.
Time for a shot. Nap time.
Hide. Mission command.
My turn. Phew.
Keep up.
Naughty child. That's better.
I need to be brave.
Annihilate.
Go away. You can't run.
Time for the
Gotta
main
try
event.
hard sometimes. Watch this awesome move.
Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
Thanks a lot.
Pretty good crowd today. Turn it up.
Time for a
I'm not afraid of you.
Hide.
My turn.
This song's for you.
Let's rock.
Nap time.
I need to be brave.
Annihilate.
I'm more of a single player girl,
Pretty good
unfortunately. We do collabs though, like we do a summer event as a team, and then we do Stream Queens Con in December.
Keep up.
But honestly, I just like, it's hard for me to like focus on a game and then talk to people at the same time, so. And then also pay attention to chat, so that's why I don't do a lot of collaborations.
Stay back, Clara.
Ready to lose yourself? You can fight it or rock with it.
I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Sparrow. I'm not afraid of you.
Hide. Mission command.
This song's for you. Turn it up.
Go away.
That's better.
Mission command.
Thank God I needed that.
Nap time.
Gotta try hard. Watch this awesome move.
Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
Thanks. you.
Annihilate. Stay back, Clara.
I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Sparrow.
Hide.
I need to be
Eliminating
free.
threat.
My turn. Tough luck running into me.
Turn it up.
That'll take more than
I'm not afraid of you. Look out!
Annihilate. Take caution.
Whew. This is a lot.
Ready to lose yourself? You can fight it or rock with it.
I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Sparrow.
Told you I could fight. Here.
Pretty good crowd today. Keep up.
time for a shot. Nap time.
Are you losing command?
I'm okay.
Hide.
I need to be brave.
Annihilate.
I'm not afraid of you.
Eliminating threat.
Not really. It's just this combat we're doing right now. This is like the farming, like to grind a little bit.
High threat target ahead.
Okay.
Stay back, Clara.
I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Sparrow.
Oh, great. A walk in the park. Phew! Gotta try hard. Watch this awesome move.
Turn it up.
Naughty child.
Ready to lose yourself? You can fight it or rock with it.
Time for a shot.
Ready to jam.
I need to be brave.
Hide. Command.
You can't run.
Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
Thanks. I'll never forget you.
Oh, that's not a lot.
I'm not afraid of you. Look out!
Tough luck running into me. Here.
Let's rock.
Naughty child. That's better.
Ah, thanks a lot.
I'm okay.
Try that again.
This is bad. Like really bad.
This.
I'm not afraid of you.
Commencing annihilation.
I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Sparrow.
Literally just got super hard. Like I'm scared.
This song's just for you.
Here comes the medicine.
Ah, thanks a lot.
I knew it.
As you command.
I need to be brave.
Just in time. Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
Thanks. I'll never forget you.
Don't know if that's even gonna matter.
Be careful, Mr. Sparrow.
Stay back, Clara.
That's so much damage.
All better now?
Stay back, Clara.
I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Svarog!
Eliminating threat. As you command.
I'm not afraid of you.
Hide.
I need to be brave. I'm not afraid of you. Be careful, Mr. Svarog. I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Svarog.
Oh my god, Natasha.
Time for a shot. That's better.
I need to be brave.
Eliminating threat. Are you alright? Command.
Okay.
Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
Thanks. I'll never forget you.
Stay back, Clara. Stay back, Clara.
I lose.
Stay back, Clara.
Yeah, I lose. That sucks.
I'm not afraid of you.
Annihilate.
Look out!
Stay back, Clara.
That sucks. What are you confused about? Why is the camera so zoomed in? Well, maybe you wouldn't be so confused if you didn't fall asleep consistently during the stream. Thank you. Where is Pom Pom? Hello? Oh, he's crying over here. Let's not argue in front of the kids. True. Real. Don't even say that. Ugh! I kind of want it, but I know it's gonna destroy my stomach. I miss McDonald's. Oh, wow. Aw, man. I'm so close. I literally want a Pom Pom plush so bad too. I also want an Aranha plush from Genshin. Those things are fucking cute. Just gonna have this auto battle.
Watch this awesome move. Keep up.
Nap time.
Hide. Stay back, Clara.
Turn it up.
I keep hitting the wrong button.
Don't worry, Mr. Svarog. We'll be safe here.
Wait, this is cute. What?
Tough luck running into me.
Ready to lose yourself? Fight it or rock with it. My music conquers all.
My turn.
My turn.
Stay right there while I give you a present.
Pretty good crowd today. Keep up with my tempo.
That'll take more than medicine. Here
Did not mean to do that.
Thanks. I'll never
Eliminating
forget you.
threat. Stay back, Clara.
You can't run.
Keep up.
Time for a shot. Nap time.
Annihilate.
Gotta try hard. Watch this awesome move.
Not me accidentally playing this all night. Oops.
Turn it up. Ready to lose yourself? You can fight it or rock with it.
That'll take more than...
I'm not afraid of you.
Hide.
Help me, Mr. Svarog.
I gotta craft a message. A very angry message.
Mission command.
Try that again.
Keep up.
Nap time.
Annihilate. Mission command.
You can't run.
And playing till 7 a.m. Exactly, you get it though. I mean, I want to put money on this game. I do. Oh. I kind of want to buy the battle pass a little bit, but
Try that again. Phew! Watch this awesome move.
we'll see how my next 10 pull goes. Because we're about to get it. Whew, excuse me. I'm not even tired. I woke up super late today. And I napped, so. I gotta show you Serval's trailer. She has like a song that in her trailer. I gotta show you guys it after this fight. I'll probably get copywritten for it, so if you're watching the VOD on YouTube, that's why the VOD goes quiet.
Hide.
Turn it up.
Nap time.
I'm okay.
Stay back, Clara.
Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
Annihilate.
Let me show you the trailer. This is so fierce. Like fierce with a capital F.
Keep up. I move at my own tempo. Sound waves like dynamite and signals sky high. Streams of thunder make you lose your mind. Heartbeats will shake me so rules can't break me. Crank the sound and let your soul be free. The lightning strikes writing off the wall. Let yourself fall into it all.
And then her brother, in his trailer, he sings that song at the end of his video. It's so cute.
Be squandered.
Right here.
Strikes writing off the wall. Let yourself fall into it all.
Isn't that so cute? That's such a cute detail. Supportive brother. Like, so cute. He apparently has a really cute personality. I can't wait to meet him. We haven't met him in the story yet. Into it all! It's a good song.
You can fight it or rock with it.
Phew! Watch this awesome move. Let's rock.
Nap time.
Annihilate.
Here.
I'm okay.
Try that again.
I should come back.
I'm so sad because yesterday I went with my mom to go get pizza at this pizza place, and I got like a special pizza. First of all, it sucked. I had to throw it away. It was the worst pizza I've had in my life. But the chicken tenders and fries from that place, bitch! Oh my god. The best chicken tenders I've had in a very, very, very long time. I was like,
This awesome move.
I need to go there again. It's like a local place. It's not even like a chain. I'm like, damn, I'm really gonna get fucked up now, huh? Like, I'm addicted. I need those tenders.
Hide.
Let's rock.
You can fight it
or rock with it.
You can't run!
Mission command.
Phew!
Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
Annihilate.
Nap time.
Watch this awesome
I wonder if
move.
it's on food delivery places. I'm gonna look right now.
Are you all right?
I'm okay.
Stay back, Clara.
Try that again. Here!
Turn it up.
Hide.
Help me, Mr. Sparrow.
Might be on Grubhub.
Mission command.
You can fight it or rock with it.
Wow, I don't think it's on anything.
Let's rock.
Nap
That's a damn shame.
Mission command.
Oh my god, that sucks. I'm never gonna be able to get that food place ever again.
That's it.
Stay back, Clara.
You can't run! Watch this awesome move.
The tenders were so good, you guys. What am I gonna do? I walk there. I'll never forget one summer, me and my friends decided to get dropped off by my mom in like a town 2 towns away. And we wanted to stay out late, so instead of getting a ride home, we walked. And we had to walk home, like, I want to say like 14 miles. And like, we were dead by the end of it. Like, we didn't expect how far the walk was. Like, we got in so much trouble, but like, it was so bad. Like, I've never felt that much pain in my legs from walking that far. It was really bad. I don't know why we did that. Just dumb shit you do as a teenager and you think is gonna be good. I was like the worst teenager. Like, I feel bad for my parents dealing with me as a teenager. But sometimes I see it in my sister and I'm like, oh Jesus. Hello. I don't know what some of this stuff is. I think some of them are level up materials. Okay, we have a 10 pull, you guys. Okay. Earth, wind, fire. What? Wait, I have it. I can do the sound command. Manifesting, I get a good...
Earth, wind, fire, water. Earth, wind.
I'm not tapped into the game. LOL. Give us something good. Fuck! We're getting closer. Maybe we'll get a good 4-star. Let's see. Hi, Hunter. Okay! I'll take it! Miss Natasha, Constellation. I'll take it! What is this constellation? When Natasha uses her ultimate, Grant continues 1 turn for healing for 1 turn whose HPs are 30% or lower. Can you like just go die in the fly trap? My god. Like literally. Anyways. Get out of here. Literally go fly over there. There's a fly trap for you. Yummy, yummy. Get out of my business. I swear to God, if this fly business doesn't get resolved in the next 30 days, like I just asked my landlord, which happens to be my mother, I'm gonna start swinging. Because I've been asking since 2 summers ago. I'm about to start not paying rent. Because why the fuck should I if you're not gonna abide by what your contract says? That you literally wrote up for me to fucking sign. Like a crazy person. So if you're gonna make a contract with obligations in it, then maybe keep the flies that are infesting my home. Sorry, I'm like ranting on the live for no reason, but I'm just annoyed. Hi, Jamie. Hello, House Music. Happy to see you. Thought you were dead, but it's okay. Glad you're alive. Love you so much.
Don't worry, Mr. Svarog. We'll be safe here.
Anyone going to DragCon this year? Thought about it. I've thought about it a couple times actually. But it's not really something like, I don't know. DragCon is like, you get to meet the queens and stuff like that. Like, I'd rather go to a local club when they come out and meet them there than go to DragCon. 5-star, 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 5-star. Fuck. It's okay. I didn't want anything anyway. Okay. I don't want to do that. What level are we? Are we still 22? Why is the camera getting glitched like this? Stop. Makes me nauseous. Pom-Pom, stop crying! Why are you crying? Stop! Oh. It does not look good up close. Like, do not get it twisted. I'm still level 23? 22? What the H? I did too. I'm excited. I'm excited she's on Raw, honestly. It's interesting for the most part. Did you see they drafted Lacey Evans and Zoe Stark off camera? I went, y'all know they aren't the T's, so you put them like that. Like, just release them, honestly. I don't even know who that is. Like, who are you?
You can fight it or rock with it.
Casting you with the follow.
This awesome move.
Keep up.
Nap time.
Annihilate.
Oh, there's another battle.
Phew.
Turn it up.
Hide.
Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
Wait, no, Shotzi has to go to Raw now. This isn't fair. Stop.
This awesome move.
Nap time.
Annihilate.
You couldn't have done it without me.
Help! Help! Help me! They're everywhere.
Who is yelling? I said you guys get Isla and Alba and that's it. Now Triple H, if you ever split up Alba and Isla before year 2 of them being a pair, I'm gonna get crazy. I want them to make it far like New Day and stuff. Like, come on. Okay. Why am I missing my shots?
Tough luck running. Phew.
Help me, Mr. Sparrow.
You can fight it.
I want Roxy to get
or
called
rock
up.
with it.
Actually, no, I lied. I don't want her to get called up because there's an NXT pay-per-view and I want to see her at the end of the month. So if she gets called up, I'll be upset. They're the only team left. So, I mean, they might as well be. Why would they go to main roster? You know?
Here.
Pretty good crowd.
I did not mean to do that.
Turn it up. You can fight it or rock with it.
Stay back, Clara.
I'm okay.
You can't run.
Nap time.
Annihilate.
Help me, Mr. Sparrow.
You couldn't have done it without me.
I hate the way they're doing it. Like, just let us... Like, they should have booked a pay-per-view for it so we could just watch it all in, like, one sitting. Honestly. I hate this like guessing game of like what's going on. Like I don't even know who got drafted either. That's what everybody's saying. I mean, she could, but I don't know. I'm like lost on this puzzle right now. Can we not go down there? It's weird.
Oh, shiny. Ooh, sparkly.
I want Zelina to win so bad. I've been such a Zelina stan since forever. Like, she's really on the rise. I would love to see her win, but she's not going to because they just hate doing anything different and having fun. Hello? Are you okay? Like, why are you over here? If they do anything, they should let Zelina win and then like have Rhea take it back like the next week before Rhea gets like a 500-day reign. Seriously? Stop. Oh, I got all the chests in this area. Work. A lot of locked areas in this area. So boring. So boring. Like, who GAF? Not I. I need to do these challenges. So weird to me she's the first banner and one of the limited time characters opposed to being on the standard banner. I feel like if I put money on, I'm probably gonna get welt. I feel it in my bones. Well, there's no climbing the ranks because Rhea's the champion, so... Oh my god, it just fucking flew on my face! That is so embarrassing! I can't do this! I can't do this! I'm done! I'm done! I'm so annoyed. Hi, Rothy. I just want to keep wishing. Give it to me now.
Come on, then.
I don't know anybody. Himiko's pretty hot, but I'm so addicted. I want more characters. I just love this game. Like, I want everybody. I love everybody. Himiko, Bailu, Ranya, Sampo, Tingyun. Anybody? You do not have Himiko, you lie. Oh, you're going to hell. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Wow, that's gaggy, though. I swear, they put crack in the wishes that you can't get Himiko. Like, I barely see any Himiko havers. Listen here, you fucking bug. I will kill you with my fucking own hands. Ooh, I'm gonna snatch this fucking bug's life up. You wanna embarrass me on my fucking feed? Oh, you're done for. Fucking done. Gonna get your ass. Yeah, you better run. You better run. Oh, yeah, you better stay over there. I'm ready for it next time. I got something to fucking murder its ass. People that are like, oh my god, I don't kill bugs. I'm like, girl, be serious, please. If a bug tries me, oh, you're done for. Like, it just flew on my face. Okay, so where is this last chest, like, actually? Love her animations. Wait, her animations are trans rights colors. Blue and pink and white. Trans rights.
come around and have a look.
You know what I mean.
I think I've done enough on this today. We'll switch to something else. I don't think it does, but thank you. It looks good in the wide. Oop, not that track showing. Excuse me. Oh. What is that noise? Hello? The capture card isn't plugged in. Okay, I just dropped it. Don't drop that, Good luck. Thanks, Talos. Good luck to you, you poopy fart. Do I really not have this installed? I thought I did. Hello? No, I thought I had it installed. Why does my Switch have no Wi-Fi? That's really unfortunate, honestly. Penis. Whoa! Why does my Switch not have Wi-Fi right now? Stop it! Everything's making me mad. Don't make me plug in my fucking Wi-Fi password right now. I am not doing this. I'm not typing my long-ass Wi-Fi password when it was literally already in my Switch. Don't even do this right now. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. If it's gonna be a pain in the dick, I'm just gonna play a fighter game on my PC.